Hello, my friend. The world of magic, filled with legends and ancient tales, is opening its gates once again. Tonight, in the Gryffindor dormitory by the crackling fireplace, I will share another story with my friends. Join us, for the magic is about to come alive.
The rain came in quiet sheets across the castle towers that night, whispering against the windows of the Gryffindor common room. The fire had burned low, its last embers casting a flickering amber light across the room where Harry sat alone, half buried in an old armchair. It was well past midnight and everyone else had gone to bed. Even Crookshanks had curled into a lazy ball on the rug, his tail twitching in dreams. Harry hadn't meant to stay up so late, but something had felt strange. Ever since Dumbledore's death, the castle seemed quieter, emptier. Yet beneath that silence, there was something else, something alive. It was as though the very stones of Hogwarts were holding their breath. The clock on the mantel ticked steadily toward 3:15. Harry's eyes flicked to it for no reason in particular, and then the castle shuddered. It wasn't loud, nor was it violent, but every wall, every window, every stone seemed to quiver for the briefest second. Books rattled on their shelves, and Crookshanks' eyes flew open as he bolted upright, hissing. Harry jumped to his feet, heart pounding. What was that? He ran to the window. Outside, the forbidden forest loomed black and silent beneath a silver sheet of rain. Nothing moved, but Hogwarts itself. Something was off. He could feel it deep in his bones, like a tremor, echoing from the foundations. Then, just as suddenly as it came, the shaking stopped. Harry stood there, still and listening, until the only sound left was the rain. The clock ticked again. 3:16. The next morning, Hogwarts was buzzing with whispers. Some said Peeves had set off one of his tricks again. Others claimed it was a troll in the dungeons. But when Harry met Ron and Hermione at breakfast, he saw the same unease written on their faces. "You felt it too?" Hermione asked immediately. Harry nodded. "Woke me right up." "It wasn't just Gryffindor Tower," said Ron through a mouthful of toast. "The whole castle shook. Even the Slytherins were talking about it." Hermione frowned. "The time... It happened at exactly 3:15. I checked my watch. Do you think it could have been, I don't know, a magical surge of some kind?" "Could be," Harry muttered. "But from what?" Before Hermione could answer, Professor McGonagall's voice rose above the chatter. She was standing at the staff table, her expression stern and tired. "May I have your attention, please?" The great hall fell silent. "Last night, there was an unusual magical disturbance throughout the castle," she said. "No harm was done, but all students are to remain inside their common rooms after curfew until further notice. The staff are investigating the cause, that is all." As soon as she sat down, the whispers began again. Ron leaned closer. "Reckon it's the castle, don't you? After what happened to Dumbledore. Maybe Hogwarts is, well, grieving." Hermione gave him a look, but Harry didn't laugh. He couldn't shake the feeling that Ron might not be entirely wrong. That night, the three of them met in the common room again. Hermione had her wand out, tracing faint lines in the air, muttering detection spells Harry had never heard before. Nothing showing up. No magical residue, no lingering energy. Whatever it wasn't ordinary. Ron yawned. "Maybe we should just tell McGonagall we'll help her look into it." But Hermione shook her head. If she wanted help, she would have asked. "I think she's trying to keep this quiet." "Why?" "Because she's afraid." said Harry quietly, afraid it's connected to Voldemort. The room fell silent. Outside, the rain had returned, whispering faintly against the windows once more. They stayed awake until almost 2, talking in low voices, but when the clock struck 3:15 again, they were all listening. And it came again. This time the tremor was stronger. Books fell from the shelves. The fire sputtered and flared bright green before settling back to normal. From somewhere deep within the castle came a low, humming sound, as if the very air were vibrating. Hermione gasped. "It's coming from below us. The lower levels." Harry grabbed his wand. "Then that's where we're going." Ron groaned. At 3 a.m, Harry was already at the portrait hole. Now, the corridors were dark, empty except for the flickering torches and the soft patter of rain against the windows. They moved quickly, cloaked by Harry's invisibility cloak, their footsteps muffled by ancient carpets. When they reached the 4th floor landing, they froze. A faint green light was spilling from under the door to the abandoned classroom where they had once hidden from Filch. The air hummed louder here, like a heartbeat pulsing through the stones. Harry exchanged a look with Hermione, then pushed open the door. The room was empty, except for a single glowing mark burned into the floor. It was circular, inscribed with runes none of them recognized, and pulsing softly with emerald light. "What is that?" Ron whispered. Hermione knelt beside it, her brow furrowed. "These aren't modern runes. They're older, ancient, maybe pre-Founders era. But that shouldn't be possible. The castle wasn't built until..." The mark flared suddenly, and Hermione stumbled back with a cry. A voice, low, whispering like a hiss of wind, echoed faintly through the room. Harry strained to hear. It wasn't English. It wasn't even human. But he understood it. It was Parseltongue, and it was saying his name. Harry Potter. Harry froze, the air in his lungs turning to ice. The mark dimmed, the humming stopped, and silence fell once more. Ron's face had gone pale. "Tell me that was just me hearing things." Harry swallowed hard. "No," he whispered, "that was real." And when they looked down again, the glowing circle had vanished, leaving only scorch marks on the floor, where it had been. Outside, the castle groaned softly as though turning in its sleep, and in the distance the clock struck 3:16. The next day dawned gray and damp, the clouds hanging low over the turrets of Hogwarts like heavy curtains. The students moved through the corridors, whispering nervously, and the teachers looked weary, as if none of them had slept. Harry, Hermione, and Ron could hardly concentrate through their lessons, their minds circling endlessly around what they had seen the night before. The glowing runes, the voice that spoke in Parseltongue, and the tremor that shook the castle at 3:15. By lunchtime, Hermione had already filled half a parchment with notes and sketches. "The symbol we saw," she said, her quill darting furiously, "it wasn't any of the standard magical alphabets. It may not even be runic at all. It might be serpentine script, like the carvings in the Chamber of Secrets." Ron groaned. "Brilliant, another chamber. That's just what we need." Harry wasn't listening. The voice still echoed in his head, cold and sibilant. It hadn't just spoken his name. It had called him, as though it recognized something in him. That night, as they sat in the common room by the dying fire, a faint knock sounded at the portrait hole. When it swung open, Professor McGonagall stepped inside. She looked more serious than Harry had ever seen her. "Potter, Granger, Weasley," she said quietly. "With me, please." They followed her through the shadowed corridors, past the empty classrooms and moving staircases. until they reached the headmistress's office. The gargoyle stepped aside without a password. Inside, the office felt strange without Dumbledore. The delicate silver instruments no longer whirred and glimmered. Fawkes's perch was empty, yet a faint warmth still seemed to linger, like a memory that refused to fade. McGonagall took her seat behind the desk. I imagine you three have already guessed that last night's disturbance was not ordinary. Hermione nodded. It happened again, Professor, at exactly 3:15. McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line. Yes, and it has been occurring for the past 3 nights. The staff and I have traced the source of the energy to the lower levels of the castle, beneath even the dungeons. Those chambers were sealed centuries ago and are not accessible through ordinary means. Beneath the dungeons? Ron repeated. What's under there? McGonagall hesitated. An unfinished structure, one of the earliest foundations of the castle. It is said that the founders themselves began it, but abandoned the work before it was completed. No one has entered in hundreds of years. Harry felt a chill crawl up his spine. Why would it be awakening now? That, said McGonagall, is what we must discover. I am asking for your help, though I do so reluctantly. You three have a certain experience with the castle's secrets. Hermione's eyes lit with curiosity. Do you think it's dangerous? McGonagall met her gaze evenly. At this point, Miss Granger, we must assume that it is. They agreed to meet her after midnight. When the hour came, the trio slipped from Gryffindor Tower once more, the invisibility cloak drawn tight. The castle seemed to breathe around them, its torches dimming and brightening as they passed. Somewhere deep within, Harry thought he heard that faint hum again, like distant thunder beneath stone. They met McGonagall near the entrance to the dungeons, where she stood holding a small brass lantern. Beside her was Professor Flitwick, his wand already raised. This way, she whispered. They moved down a narrow corridor, deeper and deeper until the walls turned rough and ancient. At the end stood a heavy door of dark stone, sealed with thick iron bands. Strange symbols shimmered faintly upon it, the same ones Harry had seen glowing in the abandoned classroom. Hermione gasped. It's the same script! Flitwick traced one with his wand. Old magic. Very old indeed. It responds to serpentine resonance, that is, Parseltongue. Every eye turned to Harry. He swallowed. You want me to open it? McGonagall's expression softened slightly. Only if you are willing, Potter. The castle seems to respond to you. Harry stepped forward. The door loomed before him, cold and massive. He drew a slow breath, then spoke softly, in that ancient, hissing tongue that was not his own. Open. The runes blazed emerald green. The iron bands shuddered, groaned, and then fell away with a sound like grinding stone. The door swung inward, revealing a stairwell, descending into darkness. Stay close, McGonagall said, and together they went down. The air grew colder with each step. Their breath misted before them, and the walls glittered faintly with veins of some unknown crystal. The hum that Harry had felt earlier grew louder until it filled his chest like a heartbeat. At last, they reached a vast underground hall, the ceiling arched high above, supported by pillars carved into the shapes of serpents. In the center stood a great stone circle inscribed with the same runes, pulsing faintly with green light. Flitwick stepped forward, his wand trembling. This is not mere architecture, this is a containment seal. Hermione's brow furrowed. Containing what? No one answered. Then the hum rose suddenly and the floor beneath them trembled. The runes flared brighter, casting the entire chamber in eerie light. From the far side of the hall, a figure stepped out of the shadows. Draco Malfoy. Malfoy? Ron shouted. What are you doing here? Draco's face was pale, his eyes shadowed. He held his wand tightly, though his hand trembled. I should ask you the same thing. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. Mr. Malfoy, this area is strictly off limits. Draco's expression twisted. I didn't come here by choice. He looked at Harry, then at the circle. It's calling to me, too. Every night at 3:15, I hear it. A voice. It says the castle is waking. Hermione stared at him. You've heard it? He nodded. It wants something. It says the Founders left behind more than we know. A legacy buried beneath Hogwarts, and it's tied to Slytherin's bloodline. Before McGonagall could speak, the runes blazed so bright they had to shield their eyes. The ground split with a deafening crack, and from within the circle rose a column of green fire. Flitwick shouted a spell, but it vanished like smoke against the blaze. The air filled with whispers, hundreds of them, overlapping, speaking in the same serpentine hiss Harry had heard before. Then through the chaos, one voice rose clear above the rest. Release the air, or the castle will fall. The fire shot upward, striking the ceiling with a thunderous roar. The chamber quaked and shards of stone rained down. Back! McGonagall cried, pulling Harry by the arm. The seal is breaking? But Harry couldn't look away. The green light reflected in his glasses, in his eyes the same shade as the flame. The voice whispered again, this time directly into his mind. You bear his tongue. You hold his key. And suddenly Harry understood. The power beneath the castle wasn't evil. It was old, bound by Salazar Slytherin himself to guard something lost to time. The clock above, somewhere in the castle's heart, struck 3:15. The seal burst open, and the night swallowed them whole. The world turned to flame and dust. For one terrible instant, it seemed the entire castle had come alive. Stone screamed against stone, pillars cracked, and the serpent carvings that lined the chamber walls shuddered as if they might slither free. Harry fell hard to the ground, his wand rolling from his hand, the green light burning through his eyelids. When the shaking stopped, there was silence. The air smelled of char and damp stone. He could hear Hermione coughing somewhere to his left, and Ron's voice, hoarse but alive. Blimey! What was that? Harry pushed himself upright. The great seal at the chamber's center was broken. What had once been a smooth circle was now split open, its runes still faintly glowing along the jagged edges. In the middle of it gaped a black chasm that descended into nothingness. Cold air rose from it like breath. Professor McGonagall and Flitwick were standing near the edge, their faces pale. McGonagall's wand hand trembled, though she held it steady. That, she said softly, should not have been possible. This seal has held since the founding of the castle. Flitwick peered into the rift, and now its bleeding power. If we don't stabilize it, Hogwarts itself could unravel. Hermione joined them, her eyes wide. There's something down there, she whispered. Indeed, from the darkness came a faint light, flickering and pale, like moonlight trapped beneath the earth. It pulsed rhythmically in perfect time with the faint hum still echoing in the stone. Harry stepped closer, drawn by it. He could feel it calling him again. That same whisper that had haunted his dreams since the first tremor. "Come." "Harry, don't," Hermione said sharply, but before anyone could stop him, a gust of wind burst from the chasm. The light swelled, and the whisper became a shout, not heard by their ears but within their minds. The air must awaken the vault. Then the ground gave way beneath Harry's feet. He fell into darkness, into a roaring silence that swallowed every sound. "Harry!" Hermione screamed, her voice fading as the chasm sealed itself above him with a thunderous crack. He landed hard, gasping, on cold stone. The light around him dimmed, then steadied into a pale, silvery glow. Slowly, Harry stood, wincing. His wand had landed beside him. When he picked it up, the tip flared weakly, as though struggling to stay lit. He was in a tunnel, ancient, carved from the same dark stone as the chamber above. The walls shimmered faintly with veins of green crystal, and along them were etched countless runes, old and worn, but still faintly alive with magic. The air was thick with power. It pressed against his skin like a living thing. Harry turned in a slow circle, searching for a way back, but the ceiling had sealed over completely. There was no ladder, no doorway, only the tunnel, stretching onward into the dark. He took a breath. Lumos. The light steadied. He began to walk. The further he went, the colder the air became. His footsteps echoed softly, and now and then he thought he heard something moving just beyond the reach of the light. A faint scrape, a breath, the whisper of fabric. He gripped his wand tighter. At last the tunnel opened into a vast cavern. Its ceiling was lost in shadow, but the floor was smooth and level, carved with more symbols that circled inward toward a stone dais in the center. Upon it rested a single object, a large, circular mirror framed by serpents of silver and jade. Harry approached slowly. The surface of the mirror was dull, clouded, but even before he reached it, he felt the air shift. The hum grew louder, then faintly, a shape began to form upon the glass. A man, tall, robed in green, his hair dark as ink, his eyes cold and bright. Harry froze. He knew that face. He had seen it once before, in the Chamber of Secrets, carved into stone. "Salazar Slytherin," he whispered. The figure inclined his head. "You bear the mark of my tongue," it said in parcel tongue. The sound coiled around Harry's mind like smoke. "You are the vessel through which my voice may pass." "I don't understand," Harry said aloud. Slytherin's image flickered. The founders built this castle not only to teach, but to guard. Beneath its foundations lies a power older than magic itself, a rift in the weave of the world. I sealed it long ago, binding my blood to its key. Harry's stomach twisted. "You mean this vault?" The figure nodded slowly. "Yes, it stirs once more. The balance weakens. The heir of my line has been summoned to restore the seal." "Then you called Malfoy," Harry said. Slytherin's expression shifted. "The boy's blood may carry my name, but not my strength. It is you, child of prophecy, who bears the tongue and the will." "I'm no heir of Slytherin," Harry snapped. The voice softened, almost amused. "Yet you speak as I once did. The serpent recognizes its kin." Before Harry could answer, the ground shook again. Cracks spread through the cavern floor, and the mirror blazed bright green. "Go back," Slytherin's voice echoed. "Tell them the vault must be sealed before the next rising. When the clock strikes thrice and quarter, the heart of Hogwarts will open, and if it does, the castle will fall." The mirror's light swelled, swallowing everything. When it faded, Harry found himself lying at the foot Of the same stone seal, the others gathered around him. Hermione was crying in relief, Ron shouting his name, McGonagall's face white with fear. He blinked up at them, dazed. I saw him, he stammered. Slytherin, he spoke to me. McGonagall knelt beside him. What did he say? Harry sat up slowly. That there's something beneath Hogwarts, a vault, and it's breaking open. He said we have to seal it before 3:15. Hermione exchanged a horrified look with Ron. That's when it happens every night, she breathed. The pulses, the tremors, it's counting down. Flitwick's voice was barely audible. Then we haven't much time. The hum returned, faint but insistent. Somewhere deep below, the castle was stirring again, restless and alive. McGonagall rose, her jaw set. We must act before the next disturbance. The staff will guard the upper floors. Potter, Granger, Weasley, you will accompany me. Whatever this vault holds, we must see it closed. They climbed back through the corridors, their steps echoing in the gloom. The storm had returned, lightning flashing through the high windows. The portraits watched them pass in uneasy silence, and even the staircases seemed to shift sluggishly, as if the castle itself were exhausted. By the time they reached the entrance hall, the great clock above the doors chimed once. Midnight. 3 hours until the next pulse. Hermione's hands shook as she gathered her notes. If Slytherin's magic was used to seal the vault, then we'll need a counterforce, something equally strong. The founders worked together to build Hogwarts. Perhaps their magic combined could... Harry stopped her. We don't have time to find relics. We'll have to use what we have. McGonagall looked toward the storm-dark sky beyond the castle doors. Then let us hope, Mr. Potter, that what we have will be enough. The wind howled through the towers. Far below in the depths of the castle, a faint light pulsed once more. Green, steady, patient. And above them all, the hands of the great clock crept closer to 3:15. The storm howled around the towers of Hogwarts, rattling the windows like the growl of something vast and ancient. Lightning split the night sky, throwing the castle's turrets into stark relief. Within the stone corridors, torches flickered wildly as shadows stretched and bent across the walls. It felt as though the whole of the castle was holding its breath, waiting for the hour to strike. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Professor McGonagall stood once again in the great underground chamber, its pillars gleaming with threads of faint green light. The broken seal lay at the center, cracked and silent now, but Harry could feel the magic humming deep within it, coiled like a sleeping serpent. Flitwick was there as well, working furiously to construct a warding barrier of silver light around the fissure. Sweat dripped from his brow despite the chill. I can delay the next surge, perhaps by minutes, he said, his small voice steady despite the strain. But the pulse will come. We must be ready. Hermione had her notes spread out on the stone floor, her quill scratching fast. According to everything I can find, the founders' binding spells were always woven in 4s, each founder lending their own element to the enchantment. Earth, air, fire, and water. Together they made balance. Ron frowned. And we've got none of that. Not true, said Hermione quickly. The sorting hat was made by all 4 of them. If we could find it... McGonagall shook her head. The hat's been moved to safety after the last attack. There isn't time to fetch it. Harry stood at the edge of the seal, watching faint wisps of light drift upward like smoke. Then we'll have to do without it. He didn't know how he knew it, but he could sense the pulse building again, deep below, slow and powerful, like the gathering of a wave before it breaks. He turned to McGonagall. What happens if we fail to stop it? She met his gaze gravely. If the vault opens completely, the wards that bind Hogwarts will collapse. The castle will tear itself apart. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled like a drumbeat above. Then we stop it, said Harry quietly. They worked in silence. Hermione and Flitwick traced runes of containment around the broken circle. McGonagall conjured heavy wards of transfiguration to hold the collapsing stone. Ron fetched chalk, crystals, anything Hermione demanded, his face pale but determined. As the hour crept closer to 3, the humming grew louder. The runes on the floor flickered, then flared. The air thickened until it seemed to vibrate in their lungs. "Positions," shouted McGonagall over the rising noise. "Brace yourselves." The great clock somewhere above began to toll. 1, 2, 3. When the hand struck 3:15, the chamber exploded with light. The seal burst open once more, but this time the energy didn't simply pour out. It rose, swirling upward in a column of emerald fire. Shapes formed within it, shadows that writhed and twisted, whispering in voices that weren't human. "Containment spells now!" cried Flitwick. He and Hermione raised their wands together. Silver light clashed with green, throwing sparks that hissed across the stone. Ron joined them, adding a blast of raw force that sent one of the spectral figures screaming backward into the flames. Harry stood before the rift, his wand trembling in his hand. Through the roaring light, he heard the voice again. The vault must have its heir. It was not one voice now, but many, woven together like threads of a storm. Harry stepped forward, the heat biting at his face. "I'm not your heir," he said through clenched teeth. "I'm here to end this." The flames surged higher, forming a face, sharp, proud, and cruel. Salazar Slytherin's image hovered before him once more, though now it was wilder, less human. "You cannot end what was begun in blood," it hissed. "My magic binds this place. The seal will break as it was meant to." Harry's voice was steady. "Then I'll use it against you." He lifted his wand and spoke in Parseltongue, the same command he'd used before, but this time not to open, but to bind. The serpentine syllables spilled from his lips like fire. "By the tongue that spoke your will, I seal what you cannot unmake." The reaction was instant. The column of flame twisted inward, shrieking. The runes along the floor glowed brighter, their light turning from green to white. Hermione gasped as her notes lifted into the air, pages fluttering wildly. "Harry, you're drawing the magic back into the seal!" she shouted. The entire chamber trembled. McGonagall's spells flared, anchoring the collapsing stones above. Flitwick's voice rose in incantation, weaving the counterspell tighter and tighter, but it wasn't enough. The power pouring from the vault was too strong. Cracks split the walls, and the floor buckled beneath them. Ron grabbed Hermione's arm as she nearly lost her footing. "Harry, it's too much." Harry could barely hear them. Every nerve in his body burned. The voice inside the light was screaming now, not words, but fury itself. "You are not the heir. You are the thief." Then faintly another voice whispered, calmer, older, and strangely familiar. "Courage, my boy. You know what to do." Harry's breath caught Dumbledore's voice. It wasn't a hallucination. He could feel it, a warmth cutting through the chaos like sunlight, breaking through storm clouds. He remembered the old man's words from long ago. "It is our choices that show what we truly are." Harry raised his wand higher, summoning every ounce of will he had left. The white light swelled until it filled the chamber, blinding and pure, and then, with a final cry, he drove the magic down. The world went still. When the light faded, the seal was whole again, unbroken, its runes faint but steady. The hum had ceased, the air was heavy and still, the only sound their ragged breathing. Flitwick lowered his wand, his face pale with exhaustion. By all that's holy, he did it. McGonagall's lips trembled, but her voice was steady. The vault is closed. The castle is safe. For now. Hermione knelt beside Harry, who was slumped on the stone floor, pale and barely conscious. "Harry, can you hear me?" He nodded weakly. "It's done." McGonagall helped him to his feet. "You've done more than we could have asked. Rest now, the wards will hold until morning." They made their way back up through the tunnels, the storm easing as they climbed. When they reached the upper corridors, the torches burned bright again, their flames steady. The castle seemed to exhale, as though finally at peace. As they passed beneath the great clock, Harry looked up. The hands pointed to 3:16. Only 1 minute past the hour, but the difference between ruin and survival. When they reached the Gryffindor Tower, McGonagall dismissed them with a nod. "Sleep, all of you. Tomorrow we will speak again." But as Harry lay in his 4-poster bed staring up at the canopy, he couldn't shake the feeling that something still stirred beneath the silence. He could still hear the faint echo of that voice, far below the castle's heart. The vault is never truly closed. He turned over, the first light of dawn spilling through the windows. Hogwarts slept, calm and still. Yet deep within its roots, something ancient dreamed, waiting for the hour when the clock would again strike 3:15. Morning came reluctantly to Hogwarts. The rain had passed, but mist clung to the hills and drifted low over the lake like tattered veils. The castle stood in stillness, its spires glinting faintly in the pale light. Yet beneath the calm, there was a strange, unsettled quiet, as if the very air remembered what had taken place in the night. Harry woke with a dull ache behind his eyes. His dreams had been full of green light and whispering voices, of serpents curling through stone corridors, and an echoing clock that would not stop striking the same hour, over and over again. He sat up, rubbing his temples, and looked across the dormitory. Ron's bed was empty. When Harry came down to the common room, he found Hermione pacing before the fire, a stack of books scattered across the table. Ron was slumped nearby, still half asleep. "You're awake," Hermione said at once, though she didn't look up from the open pages before her. "How do you feel?" "Like I fell down a tower," said Harry, stretching. "Any news?" Hermione bit her lip. McGonagall's ordered the lower chambers sealed again. She set wards so strong that even ghosts can't pass, but... She hesitated. There was another tremor, just after dawn, only faint but enough to wake the portraits. Harry frowned. "You mean the seal didn't hold?" Ron grunted. "It held all right." But the castle still twitched like a cat in its sleep. Maybe it's just, what do you call it? Aftershock? Hermione shook her head. "No, the energy is still active. It's quieter, but not gone. There's something down there that wants to stay awake." Before Harry could reply, the portrait hole swung open, and Professor McGonagall entered. She looked drawn and tired, her cloak still damp from the mist. "Potter Granger Weasley," she said, "I trust you've recovered somewhat from last night?" "As well as can be," Harry said carefully. McGonagall nodded. "Good, then I'll not waste words. The seal has stabilized, for now. but the disturbance remains. The staff have agreed to maintain constant watch. I have also received word from the ministry. They're sending an expert in ancient enchantments to assist. Hermione straightened eagerly. Who? Professor Bathilda Bagshot's apprentice, said McGonagall, a scholar named Athelred Finch. He should arrive by nightfall. Harry exchanged a look with Ron. We're not just sitting out, are we? McGonagall's eyes softened. You three have done enough. The rest falls to the professors. But as she turned to go, she paused. Still, I would have you remain observant. If the castle stirs again, report to me at once. After she left, Ron sighed heavily. Brilliant. So we just sit here while the castle might blow itself apart again? Hermione frowned, her brow furrowing. We'll do as she says, for now. But we should at least learn more about this vault. There has to be some record of it somewhere. She gathered her books and led them toward the library. The vast chamber smelled of parchment and dust, its high windows glowing dimly with filtered light. Madame Pince gave them a suspicious glance but said nothing as Hermione made straight for the restricted section. Harry followed quietly, still uneasy. Every sound seemed sharper than usual. The creak of floorboards, the soft hiss of turning pages. Once or twice he thought he heard faint whispering, but when he looked around, there was no one. At last, Hermione found what she was searching for, a crumbling tome bound in dark leather, its title nearly worn away. Foundations of Hogwarts. She laid it carefully on the table and turned the pages. The ink was faded, the handwriting ornate and looping. The book spoke of the founding of the school, the 4 wizards who came together to build a sanctuary for magic. But deeper in the text, half hidden between lines of history, they found mention of something else. Beneath the castle, they laid the first stone, a nexus of power drawn from the heart of the land itself. It was bound by word and will, sealed with the tongues of those who made it, and thus the roots of Hogwarts were sown. Hermione traced the words with her finger. The first stone, that must be the vault we found. Ron leaned closer, but why seal it? Harry's voice was quiet. Because it was dangerous. Maybe even to them. The page ended in a long burn mark, as though someone had tried to erase the rest. Who would want to keep this secret? Hermione murmured. The founders built Hogwarts together. Why hide one of their greatest works? Before Harry could answer, the floor trembled, just once, but enough to make the books rattle on their shelves. The air seemed to pulse again, faint but alive. Hermione's head snapped up. That's not possible. It's still morning. Harry's stomach tightened. It's starting earlier. They hurried from the library, the tremor already fading, but the echo of it clung to the stones. The portraits whispered among themselves, their painted eyes darting nervously. By midday, the news had spread through the castle. The tremors were growing unpredictable. Suits of armor shivered and toppled. Staircases froze mid-turn. Even the ghosts looked pale, gliding restlessly through the halls. That evening, as rain began again against the windows, the trio met McGonagall and Professor Finch in the Great Hall. Finch was a tall, thin wizard with silver spectacles and a cautious air. His robes were covered in faint runic embroidery. He bowed stiffly. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley. Your names, of course, precede you. Harry nodded politely. You've heard about what's happening? Indeed, Finch said, his voice dry as parchment. A most fascinating phenomenon. The castle's enchantments are ancient, and the disturbance you describe suggests a breach in the ley weave that supports its structure. If left unchecked, it could fold the castle in upon itself. Ron paled. Fold it? Like parchment, said Finch mildly. McGonagall cleared her throat sharply. Professor Finch, the situation requires less speculation and more action. Of course. He adjusted his glasses. I intend to descend into the lower vault tonight at precisely the same hour as the last disturbance. If the magic stirs again, I must witness it directly. I'm coming, said Harry at once. McGonagall began to protest, but Finch held up a hand. No, let him. The vault responds to his presence. It may be that only through him we can learn its true nature. And so it was decided. That night, they descended once more into the depths. The tunnel seemed darker than before, the air thicker. The seal at the bottom glowed faintly like a sleeping eye. Finch moved carefully around its edge, murmuring incantations and jotting notes in a small book. It is alive, he whispered, bound, but restless. There is something beneath, something vast. Harry shivered. Can we stop it? Finch didn't answer. His quill scratched furiously. Then he froze. Listen. From the heart of the seal came a faint, rhythmic sound, like a heartbeat. Hermione stepped closer. It's counting down again. The great clock above the castle began to toll in the distance. 1, 2, 3. When the bell struck 3:15, the air split with light once more, but this time it wasn't green. It was white, cold and blinding, and within it, Harry saw shadows moving, shapes of faces and forms. Not Slytherins, but others, 3 of them. Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff, Godric Gryffindor. Their images glimmered like mist around the seal. Ravenclaw's voice spoke first, soft and sad. The balance is broken. Hufflepuff's followed, warm but strained. We bound what could not be destroyed. Then Gryffindor's voice thundered through the chamber. The vault must not wake, or the magic that gives Hogwarts life will consume it. Harry stared, his chest tight. Then tell me what to do. But the figures were already fading, their voices fading to echoes. Beware the heir who comes not by blood but by will. Then all was gone, leaving only silence and the faint pulse beneath the stone. The clock struck 3:16 and the light vanished. McGonagall lowered her wand slowly. It seems, she whispered, the founders have not abandoned their school after all. Harry stood in the dimness, the echoes still ringing in his ears. The vault was more than a prison. It was a heart, and something inside it was awakening still. He looked down at the faintly glowing seal. For a moment, it seemed to pulse in answer to his heartbeat. Then all was quiet once more. But the silence did not feel safe. It felt like waiting. And far above, in the night sky, thunder murmured again, soft, distant, and ominous. The castle had not gone back to sleep. It was listening. The next day dawned brighter, but the sunlight did nothing to ease the chill that had settled over the castle. Hogwarts was uneasy. The walls creaked as though shifting in their sleep. Staircases moved sluggishly, and the portraits whispered behind their frames. Even the enchanted ceiling of the great hall flickered between gray and gold, unable to decide what weather it wished to imitate. Harry felt the tension in every stone he touched. The echoes of the founders' voices had haunted his dreams, especially Gryffindor's warning. Beware the heir who comes not by blood, but by will. The words repeated endlessly in his mind, though he could not make sense of them. At breakfast, Hermione spread open yet another old tome across the table, her hair tangled and eyes bleary from lack of sleep. "I found something," she said, tapping the page with her quill. According to this, there were once 5 cornerstones laid during the founding of Hogwarts, 4 to represent the founders, and a 5th placed at the center to unite their powers. Ron frowned, mouth full of toast. So 4 founders and 1 extra stone? What, like the 5th wheel of magic? Hermione shot him a look. It's called the keystone of accord. It acted as the heart of their magic, the core that kept Hogwarts enchantments balanced. If the vault we found was built around it, that would explain everything. Harry leaned closer. And if it's breaking open, Hermione nodded gravely, then the balance between the Founder's magic is failing. Ron swallowed hard. And what happens when Hogwarts goes out of balance? Hermione didn't answer. She didn't need to. At that moment, the air trembled again. It was faint, just enough to rattle the silverware and send ripples through the pumpkin juice. But Harry felt it like a pulse under his skin. Not again, Ron groaned. Students began whispering, looking up at the enchanted ceiling. A few of the smaller first years clutched their goblets nervously. The hum faded as quickly as it came, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. McGonagall appeared at the staff table, her expression grim. Students are to return to their dormitories after classes, she announced. All lessons in the lower floors are suspended until further notice. The murmuring grew louder. Harry exchanged a look with Hermione and Ron. That night, the trio gathered once more in the common room. The fire had burned low and the wind whistled faintly outside. Hermione's books were scattered across the floor, her parchment filled with messy notes and diagrams. "There's a pattern," she said suddenly, eyes lighting up. "The pulses aren't random. They're shifting earlier each night. The first was at 3:15, then 3:14, 3:13. It's moving backward." Ron blinked. "Backward? Why?" Hermione looked up. "Because something's counting down. The vault isn't just awakening. It's reversing the enchantment that sealed it." Harry stood pacing before the hearth. "So it's trying to undo what the Founders did." "Exactly. And when it reaches midnight," she hesitated, "it could break open completely." For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Harry said quietly, "Then we have to find the keystone." Hermione nodded. "If we can locate it and strengthen its bond, we might stop the reversal." Ron sighed. "Right. And where exactly does one find a 1,000-year-old magical stone buried under a cursed school?" Harry's eyes drifted toward the window, where the moonlight gleamed faintly on the towers. The Founders' relics were scattered across the castle. The sword of Gryffindor, the diadem of Ravenclaw, the cup of Hufflepuff. Each one was tied to the Founders' essence. Maybe the keystone was hidden with them. Hermione's brow furrowed. That makes sense. But if the relics were bound by enchantments to protect the castle's heart, she trailed off. Then the last one must belong to Slytherin. The words hung in the air like a chill. Ron groaned. "Brilliant. We'll just pop back down to the Chamber of Secrets, shall we? Haven't been attacked by a basilisk in weeks." Harry ignored him, his mind already working. If the keystone connects to Slytherin's legacy, the answer's down there. We'll go tonight. Hermione's protest died before it began. She knew it was the only way. They waited until the castle slept. Then, beneath the cover of Harry's invisibility cloak, they slipped through the corridors and into Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The ghost drifted near the ceiling, humming softly to herself, but her eyes widened when she saw them. "Oh, you again," she said gleefully. "Come back to talk to your old friend, Harry?" "Not now, Myrtle," Harry said gently. "We need to get into the chamber." Her expression turned dreamy. "Oh, dangerous business that. More monsters? Hopefully not," Ron muttered. Harry approached the sink and hissed, "Open." The sinks slid apart, revealing the gaping tunnel. One by one, they descended into the dark. The air grew damp and cold as they moved through the tunnels. The stones were slick with moisture, and the faint echo of dripping water filled the silence. When they reached the vast chamber where the basilisk had once fallen, it felt eerily still. The serpent's skeleton lay coiled in the shadows, vast and white. Hermione shuddered. "I forgot how enormous it was." Ron poked a rib cautiously. "You sure it's dead?" Harry didn't answer. His eyes were drawn to the far end of the chamber, to the great statue of Salazar Slytherin. Its mouth was closed, but the faint trace of green light glimmered around its base. "Look," he said. They approached. The light was seeping from a thin seam in the stone floor, pulsing slowly like a heartbeat. Hermione knelt beside it, tracing her wand across the surface. "It's the same energy as the vault," she whispered. "This must be connected." Before Harry could reply, the air grew cold. The green glow brightened, and a voice hissed softly from the shadows. "You trespass again, heir of no blood." Harry spun around, wand raised. The voice was coming from the statue itself. The stone eyes blazed with light, and the carved mouth opened slightly. A mist began to form at its base, coiling upward like smoke. Within it, the faint outline of a face appeared, sharp, pale, and familiar. "Malfoy?" Ron gasped, but it wasn't Draco. The features were older, colder, the echo of the founder himself. "Salazar Slytherin," Hermione breathed. The apparition regarded them silently for a long moment. "You would wake what was meant to sleep?" it asked. Harry swallowed hard. "We came to stop it." "Fools!" the spirit hissed. "You cannot halt the heart of magic once it has begun to turn. The keystone calls for balance, and balance demands sacrifice." "What do you mean?" Harry demanded, but the figure was fading, its outline breaking apart into green mist. "The air must give what the founders took." Then the voice was gone, leaving only silence and the faint glow from the stone floor. Hermione's face had gone pale. "The air must give what the founders took," she repeated. What could that mean? Ron looked uneasily toward Harry. "You don't think he meant you, do you?" Harry didn't answer. He stared down at the faintly glowing seam, where the pulse was growing stronger again. The hum was no longer faint. It was a heartbeat, deep and insistent. And when he closed his eyes, he thought he heard the echo of the castle's great clock, far above, tolling the approach of another hour. The pulse matched its rhythm exactly, and it was speeding up. The walls of the Chamber of Secrets seemed to breathe. Every ripple of torchlight slid across the slick stone like scales shifting in the dark. The air was damp and heavy, thick with the scent of earth and old water. That soft pulse beneath their feet, the same rhythmic beat they'd felt since the vault first stirred, was growing faster, stronger. Harry stood at the center of the chamber, wand drawn, his breath shallow. Hermione crouched by the faintly glowing seam that ringed the statue's base, muttering spells under her breath. Ron lingered a few steps back, his eyes darting nervously around the room. "It's getting louder," Ron whispered, "like something's waking up down there." Hermione didn't look up. "It isn't waking, it's calling. This whole chamber was designed to amplify Slytherin's power. If the keystone lies beneath the enchantment here, might be drawing on it." Harry knelt beside her. You said it connects all 4 founders. If Slytherin's part of it is reawakening, could the others be linked? Hermione finished. Exactly. The keystone is the heart of the Founders' Pact. If one side falters, the others must answer. That's why the other Founders' spirits appeared last night. The magic that binds Hogwarts is crying out for balance. Before Harry could reply, the ground trembled again. Dust fell from the high ceiling, and a low, grinding sound rolled through the chamber. The pulse is climbing, Hermione said, her voice quickening. It's already matching the rhythm from last night's surge, but it's still daylight. It's accelerating. Ron looked alarmed. Meaning midnight might not be the final hour, she said grimly. It could reach its peak much sooner. Harry rose and moved closer to the statue. The carved face of Salazar Slytherin stared down at him. Cold, severe, the lips half parted in stone silence. The faint seam of light at its base had widened slightly, as though the floor were straining to open. He took a steadying breath and hissed in parcel tongue, "Show yourself." The response was immediate. The light flared, and the stone mouth opened wider, releasing a long exhale of misty air. The voice that followed was not quite Slytherin's. It was older, layered with echoes, as if 100 serpents were whispering through one throat. Air of speech, not of blood. The castle bends to your tongue. Will you free what was bound in fear? Harry felt the cold wind whip against his face. I'm not here to free anything. I'm here to stop this. The voice hissed with amusement. Then you will learn the truth of what you guard. The ground split beneath him, and before anyone could react, the floor fell away in a spiral of light. Harry, Hermione cried. But he was already gone. He fell through a tunnel of green fire that burned without heat, faster and faster until he struck stone once more. The chamber he landed in was smaller than the one above, circular and ringed with carvings that glimmered faintly in the half-light. Each wall bore a symbol, a lion, a raven, a badger, and a serpent, intertwined around a single central mark. A 5-pointed star made of intersecting lines of magic, the keystone. It rested in the center of the room, half buried into the stone floor. It was not a jewel or a gem, but a smooth slab of gray crystal, veined with light that pulsed faintly in time with his own heartbeat. Harry approached slowly. The light brightened as he neared. Then voices filled the chamber. Not the whispers of Slytherin this time, but others, familiar ones. You are the last to come, said a clear, distant voice, the same voice he had heard in the vault. Rowena Ravenclaw's. The pact is undone, the balance broken. Harry turned. Faint forms shimmered in the air, the founders, their faces carved from light and shadow. Slytherin stood apart from the others, his expression unreadable. Gryffindor's booming voice echoed through the room. We built this place to guard what should never be wielded, yet our unity failed. Ambition divided us. Hufflepuff's kind eyes rested on Harry. The keystone drew from our gifts, but it also drew from our hearts. When mistrust came, the stone was wounded. It sleeps, but cannot heal. Slytherin's gaze met Harry's. Until now, Harry's chest tightened. You want me to repair it? No, said Ravenclaw softly. We want you to choose. The chamber dimmed. The light from the keystone flared, and in its surface Harry saw visions, memories not his own. The 4 founders, younger and alive, standing around the same stone, their wands raised in unity. Magic poured from them like ribbons of light, weaving together until it formed the first enchantments of the castle. But then Slytherin stepped back, his face hardening, his wand lowering. The light faltered, the harmony broke. The vision shifted. The founders stood apart, their expressions full of sorrow. The keystone pulsed wildly, splintering, and they turned away one by one, leaving the magic unbalanced. The light faded. Ravenclaw's voice whispered, "The rift between us lingers still. The castle draws strength from all four, yet one strand has withered. Without it, the heart cannot endure." Harry stepped closer to the keystone. "If I restore the missing strand, will it stop the vault?" "Perhaps," said Slytherin, his tone calm, almost weary. "But magic demands equivalence. Balance may be mended only through sacrifice." "What kind of sacrifice?" No one answered. The light around the keystone began to rise again, brighter and brighter until the room blazed with silver and green. The founders' figures wavered, their forms breaking into motes of light that drifted toward the stone. Gryffindor's voice rumbled like thunder. "The heart will choose its own keeper." The keystone's glow focused suddenly on Harry. The pulse quickened. His wand hummed in his hand. "No," he breathed, "not me." But the light surged forward, wrapping around him in threads of living magic. Pain seared through his chest, not burning but heavy, like the weight of the whole castle pressing inward. He saw flashes, corridors collapsing, portraits falling, students screaming, and at the heart of it all, the keystone shattering, its pieces turning to dust. Then another vision, the stone whole shining once more, Hogwarts standing proud beneath a calm sky. The choice was his. He fell to his knees, breath ragged. "If it needs a keeper, take me," he whispered. "Just stop this." The chamber trembled. The light drew inward into the keystone, into him. He felt it settle in his bones, deep and ancient. Then, with a final, thunderous pulse, the glow vanished. When Harry opened his eyes, the room was still. The keystone no longer pulsed. It shone softly, steady, and calm. The hum in the air had ceased. Somewhere far above, the great clock began to toll. The sound was deep, peaceful, no longer a warning. He rose slowly, the ache fading. The founders' voices were gone, but a faint warmth lingered in the air, as if they watched still. When he looked down at his hands, he saw faint silver lines traced along his skin, the mark of the keystone's touch. He turned toward the spiral of stone behind him, and the passage opened without a word. Moments later, he emerged into the Chamber of Secrets once more. Hermione and Ron ran to him, eyes wide with relief. "Harry," Hermione gasped, "we thought you were gone for nearly an hour." "It's over," he said quietly. "The keystone's whole again." They stared at him, then at the still glowing floor. The pulse was gone. The chamber was silent. But as they began to climb back toward the surface, Harry glanced once over his shoulder at the statue of Slytherin. The stone eyes glinted faintly, and he thought he heard a whisper carried on the cold air. Balance restored does not mean peace. The echo faded. Above, Hogwarts stood bathed in early dawn. The light gleamed across its towers, calm and golden. The castle no longer trembled. Yet deep in its foundations, the heart of Hogwarts beat once more, quiet, steady, and alive. And though Harry did not yet understand it, a fragment of that heartbeat now echoed within his own. The days that followed were oddly still. The tremors ceased, the torches burned steady, and for the first time in many weeks, Hogwarts felt quiet again. The students whispered of strange dreams and glowing walls, but nothing else disturbed their rest. The professors walked the halls with watchful eyes, wands at the ready, yet even McGonagall admitted the castle seemed, at last, to be at peace. Only Harry knew it was not so simple. The keystone's mark had not faded. Faint silver lines still traced the skin of his hands, shining softly in darkness like veins of starlight. When he touched the walls, he could feel the pulse of the castle beneath his fingers. Slow, steady, alive. At times it almost seemed to answer him. He told no one, not even Hermione. Each night he dreamed of the chamber. He saw the founders standing in a ring of light, their eyes fixed on him, and heard their words again. Balance restored does not mean peace. He would wake with the echo of it in his ears, heart racing, uncertain whether it was a warning or a prophecy. By the third morning, Hermione began to notice his silence. "You're different," she said, studying him over her stack of parchment. "Ever since the keystone, you haven't been yourself?" Harry shrugged. "Just tired?" She frowned, unconvinced. "You felt the magic, didn't you? When it chose you?" He hesitated. "I felt everything." Ron, who was busy buttering a roll, looked up. "Well, whatever you felt, at least the castle's not trying to eat us anymore. I call that a win." But Hermione's eyes lingered on Harry, thoughtful and troubled. That evening, a thin fog crept in from the lake, winding around the towers like ghostly fingers. The halls grew colder, though the fires burned high. Harry wandered the corridors alone, the quiet pressing against him. The castle was listening again. He could feel it in his bones. When he passed by the entrance to the great hall, the great clock above the doors caught his eye. Its hands gleamed in the flickering torchlight. 10:15. The numbers shimmered faintly as though reflected in water. For an instant he thought he saw the minute hand twitch backward, just a fraction. He blinked. The clock was still, but the whisper came again, faint as breath. The heart must learn to beat on its own. He turned sharply. No one was there. Only the echo of footsteps, his own, fading into silence. He went straight to the common room and found Hermione waiting by the fire. "We need to check the chamber," he said. Her eyes widened. "Again? Harry, you nearly died down there." "McGonagall will—" "I have to know," he interrupted. "Something's still moving beneath the castle. I can feel it." Ron groaned from the sofa. "You said that last time, and we ended up wrestling with a ghost founder and nearly setting our eyebrows on fire." Harry looked between them, his voice low. "The keystone's not just magic, it's alive. And it's connected to me somehow." Hermione's hand tightened on her quill. "If that's true, we can't ignore it." They left after midnight, cloaked in silence. The corridors were empty, save for the soft murmurs of portraits whispering in their sleep. The suits of armor stood motionless, their helms turned toward the trio as they passed, as though aware of their presence. When they reached Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, the ghost drifted from the ceiling with a delighted wail. "Back again. I knew you couldn't stay away." "Sorry, Myrtle," said Harry, managing a weary smile. "We won't be long." The sinks slid apart once more at his command, and the three descended into the darkness. The tunnels were unchanged, the same slick stones, the same slow drip of water. But the air was different, warmer, alive. The faint hum of power that had once shaken the walls now throbbed softly like the steady rhythm of a sleeping giant. When they reached the Chamber of Secrets, the green light had faded, replaced by a soft, silvery glow. The massive serpent skeleton gleamed faintly in the light, and the statue of Slytherin loomed in calm silence. Hermione approached the floor where the seam had been. It was sealed now, smooth and whole. "It's stable," she said softly. "Whatever you did worked." But Harry stepped forward, staring at the base of the statue. His scar prickled faintly. "No," he said, "it's changing." The air shifted. A faint ripple passed through the chamber, so small they barely noticed it until the serpent's bones began to stir. Ron yelped and stumbled back as the skeletal tail twitched. A low creak echoed through the air. The bones didn't rise, they shimmered. The ribs glowed white, then sank slowly into the floor, vanishing as if swallowed by the stone. Hermione gasped. "The castle's absorbing it, the magic, the remains, everything." Harry's heart pounded. "It's rebuilding itself." The voice came again, not from the air this time, but from within his mind. The heart draws breath through its keeper. He fell to his knees, clutching his head. Hermione and Ron were beside him at once. "Harry, what is it?" He could barely hear them. Images flashed behind his eyes, the keystone glowing brighter than ever, threads of silver light spreading through the castle like veins. The enchantment wasn't dying. It was growing. When the vision faded, he was trembling. "It's connecting to the rest of the castle. Every wall, every corridor, it's trying to merge." Ron looked horrified. "Merge? With you?" "I don't know," Harry whispered, "but it feels like it's part of me now. Like the castle's heartbeat and mine are the same." Hermione's eyes widened. "That's why the keystone chose you. You weren't its sacrifice. You were its link. The founders bound the castle's magic to themselves, but you've become the new bridge. You're its living anchor." Harry stared at her. "Then what happens if that connection breaks?" Neither of them answered. They climbed back to the surface before dawn, but the unease clung to them like mist. The corridors looked unchanged, yet Harry could sense the castle breathing around him, faint and steady. By breakfast, rumors had spread again, students claiming to hear whispers through the walls, strange dreams shared across entire dormitories. McGonagall called for calm, but even she looked uneasy. "Hogwarts is alive," she told the staff, "and it is learning anew how to be." That night, Harry could not sleep. The mark on his hands glowed faintly in the moonlight, pulsing in time with the wind outside. When he closed his eyes, he saw the castle as if from above. Every tower, every hidden chamber, every secret stair, and in its depths, the silver heart of the keystone beating like a star. Then faintly, he heard a whisper, not from within the castle, but from somewhere beyond. A voice he had not heard in years. The heart remembers its master, Harry. He sat bolt upright, every nerve burning. The voice had been unmistakable, cold, smooth, cruel. Voldemort. But that was impossible. The air around him grew colder. The candle by his bed flickered, then went out. In the darkness, the pulse beneath the castle quickened, matching his own racing heart. And from far below, through the stone and silence, a faint, almost imperceptible sound began to rise. A whisper repeating one word, "Return." The castle was waking again, and this time something else was waking with it. The morning after the whisper, a strange hush lay over Hogwarts. Even the portraits seemed reluctant to speak, their painted eyes flicking toward the windows as though watching for something unseen. The air held a tension Harry could taste, metallic, humming faintly in his blood. It wasn't just the keystone now, it was everything. The castle, the grounds, even the sky above seemed braced for something to happen. Hermione noticed it first at breakfast. "Look," she whispered, pointing to the enchanted ceiling. Normally it mirrored the sky outside, pale blue streaked with drifting clouds, but now it shimmered oddly like a reflection on rippling water. Each flicker sent shadows sliding across the tables. Ron frowned. "Is it supposed to do that?" "No," Hermione said softly. "That's not the sky. That's magic." McGonagall's voice rose from the staff table, crisp and controlled. "All students will remain inside their common rooms after lessons today. The staff will conduct a full examination of the wards." Harry didn't hear the rest. A sudden, sharp ache had flared across his scar. Not the burning agony he remembered from the war. This was deeper, colder, like a voice brushing against the edge of his mind. The heart remembers its master. He stiffened, his spoon clattering against his plate. Hermione turned instantly. "Harry, what is it?" He forced himself to meet her eyes. "It's him," he whispered. "Voldemort." Ron nearly dropped his pumpkin juice. "That's impossible. He's gone." "I know," said Harry, though the certainty in his voice faltered. "But the voice—" He said the same thing, the same words from last night. Hermione paled. "If some fragment of him is bound to the keystone—" "No," Harry said quickly. "I destroyed every Horcrux. There's nothing left." Hermione's brow furrowed. "Not of his soul, perhaps. But power leaves traces, especially power that ancient. The keystone draws on all magic tied to the castle. If Voldemort ever touched it, even indirectly—" "He never came near it," Harry interrupted. "He didn't even know it existed." "Didn't he?" Hermione murmured. "He found the Chamber of Secrets. He knew Slytherin's secrets better than anyone." Ron slammed his fork down. "Right. So what you're saying is, you know who left a magical fingerprint inside the castle, and now it's trying to shake hands?" Neither of them answered. By evening, the strange flickering in the enchanted ceiling had spread. The walls pulsed faintly with silver light, as if veins of magic were threading through the stone. Students whispered in groups, uncertain whether to be frightened or awed. The castle felt alive again, too alive. Harry went to McGonagall's office after dinner. She listened in silence as he explained what he'd heard. "The keystone chose you," she said at last. "That bond cannot be undone. If the castle's awakening again, perhaps it's reaching for its anchor." "I don't think it's just the castle," Harry replied quietly. "I think something else is using the connection to reach through it." McGonagall's face darkened. "Then we must find where it's entering." They gathered that night. McGonagall, Hermione, Ron, and Professor Finch around the map of Hogwarts spread across the headmistress's desk. The parchment shimmered faintly, showing not names this time, but threads of glowing magic pulsing like rivers through the castle's veins. "There," Hermione said, pointing to the deepest point beneath the dungeons. "The Chamber of Secrets. The energy flows strongest there." Finch adjusted his spectacles. "Strange, but not unexpected. The Keystone's awakening must have reactivated the serpent conduits. What troubles me is this." He tapped the parchment where faint black lines branched outward from the main current, like cracks spreading through glass. "This is no ordinary resonance. It's corruption." "Can we stop it?" Harry asked. Finch looked grave. "If we don't, it will devour the enchantment entirely. The castle's soul would turn against itself." Ron stared at him. "Hogwarts would—" "What, attack us?" "In a manner of speaking, yes." McGonagall rose, her wand in hand. "Then we have no time to waste. We must descend again." They went together. The path to the chamber was familiar now, though the tunnels had changed. The walls slick with condensation, faint runes glowing where none had been before. The air hummed, not with life but with pressure, as though something vast and ancient stirred beyond the stone. When they reached the chamber, the transformation was complete. The statue of Slytherin gleamed with light from within, its eyes bright as molten emeralds. The floor shimmered beneath their feet, etched with new runes that pulsed like veins of fire. Hermione drew in a sharp breath. "It's feeding on the keystone's energy." Harry stepped forward. "No, it's using it." The light from the statue brightened, and a shadow took shape before it. Tall, cloaked, face hidden in shifting darkness. It wasn't flesh, but neither was it mere spirit. Its voice was low and cold, each word curling like smoke. "Still, you meddle with what you cannot control." Harry's wand flew up. "Who are you?" The figure tilted its head. "You know me, Harry Potter. You have always known me." The darkness parted for an instant, and within it he saw a pair of eyes, scarlet, slitted like a serpent's. Hermione gasped. Ron swore under his breath. "Impossible," Harry whispered. "You're dead." The shadow smiled. "Death is a door, and you opened it when you touched the keystone. The castle remembers me, for I shaped its magic long before you were born. Through Slytherin's bloodline, I claimed its heart once, and now I will again." McGonagall stepped forward, wand raised. "You are no more than a remnant, a shadow bound by ancient wards." "You have no power here." The shadow laughed, and the walls shuddered in answer. "No power? I am power. The keystone is mine. The heart remembers its master." The light surged outward, hurling them all backward. The chamber roared like a storm. Harry felt the connection burn through him again, the pulse of the keystone thrumming in his chest. He saw flashes, the founders raising the castle from earth and flame, Slytherin binding a serpent of light to its heart, a dark thread woven secretly into the spell. His thread, Voldemort's. The voice thundered within him. "You cannot destroy what you have become." Harry fought to stand, gripping his wand with both hands. "You're not Slytherin's heir anymore. You're nothing but echoes." The shadow hissed. "Then let me echo through you." The floor split open. The keystone's light burst upward in a blinding column, engulfing them all. The castle itself seemed to scream, a sound deep and terrible, like the rending of the earth. And then everything went dark. When Harry's vision cleared, he was alone. The chamber was empty, the light gone. But something had changed. He could still feel the keystone's pulse, only now it beat in perfect rhythm with his own heart. A whisper coiled in the silence. "Our hearts are one, Harry Potter." He staggered back, gripping his chest. "No," he whispered, "you're not inside me." "Not yet," the voice purred. "But the castle's heart cannot serve two masters for long." Then the whisper faded, leaving him in the dark. Far above, Hogwarts stood silent, beneath a silver moon. But as the wind passed through its towers, faint echoes stirred in the stone, whispers in a tongue long forgotten, rising and falling in rhythm with the castle's pulse. The heart of Hogwarts had awakened, and somewhere deep within its beating, darkness was learning how to breathe again. When Harry woke, the world was gray. The stone beneath him was cool and damp, and a pale mist hung in the air like drifting breath. For a moment, he could not tell where he was. Then the smell of water and earth returned to him, and the truth struck like lightning. He was still in the Chamber of Secrets. But it was different now. The green torches were out. The vast serpent statue that had once towered above the chamber lay half shattered, its head cleaved clean away. The walls shimmered faintly, pulsing with veins of silver light that beat in time with his own heart. The castle's pulse, his pulse, they had become one. He pushed himself to his feet, breathing hard. Hermione! Ron! Only silence answered. Their names echoed off the stone and faded into the mist. The silence that followed was not empty, but listening. He could feel it pressing at the edge of his mind, patient and cold. Then the whisper came again, softer now, almost gentle. Our hearts are one. You cannot hide from what you have joined. Harry's fingers clenched around his wand. You're not him, he said aloud, his voice rough. You're just what's left. You're a ghost in the castle's blood. The mist stirred. A figure stepped from it, tall and hooded, its face a shadow. But the voice that followed was unmistakable, smooth as silk, cruel as winter. Ghost? No, Harry. I am memory made flesh. When you mended the keystone, you bound the castle's power to your own, and through that bond, I found my way back. Harry raised his wand, the tip flaring gold. I destroyed you. Destroyed my body, the voice murmured. Not the will that drove it. Hogwarts remembers all who touched its heart, even me. The shadow advanced, the mist curling around its feet. Harry backed away, every nerve alive with dread. He could feel the castle stirring around him, the walls tightening, the floor thrumming beneath his boots. What do you want? He demanded. What I have always wanted, said the shadow. To endure, to live beyond the limits of flesh. You have given me that chance. Together we could remake this world as it should be. Harry's scar seared. He pressed a hand to it, teeth gritted. You'll never control me. The shadow laughed, a sound like splintering glass. Control you? No, Harry. I need only merge with you. The keystone will accept it as it accepted you, two halves of the same power, its keeper and its creator. He felt the pull then, a tug deep in his chest, as though his very heartbeat was being drawn toward the figure. The chamber brightened, the silver veins on the walls blazing into white fire. Harry fell to one knee. His wand clattered away. Pain flared through him, every pulse of the castle hammering through his ribs. No, he gasped. You won't. A flash of light burst at the chamber's far end. Through it came Hermione and Ron, both pale and shaken but alive. McGonagall followed close behind, her robes torn, her face lined with fierce resolve. Harry, Hermione cried, rushing forward. Get away from him! The shadow turned. Ah, it said softly. The loyal ones. You cannot sever what is already joined. McGonagall's wand snapped up. Then we shall unmake it. The chamber erupted in light. Spells collided, exploding against the mist. The shadow recoiled but did not vanish. It grew, spreading its darkness across the walls, like ink in water. Harry staggered to his feet, grabbing his wand. Hermione, he shouted over the roar. The keystone, use it! She understood at once. The floor split open again, revealing the shining crystal heart below. Its light flared, brighter and purer than before, threads of silver reaching for her hands. Ron and McGonagall threw their power beside hers, weaving their spells into the glow. For an instant the shadow faltered. The castle trembled, torn between light and darkness. But the pull on Harry's chest only deepened. The keystone wanted him, it needed him to finish what had begun. He met Hermione's eyes across the chamber. "If it needs balance," he said hoarsely, "then I have to go with it." "Harry, no," she shouted. "You'll be trapped." He smiled faintly. "You said it yourself. I'm its anchor." Before anyone could stop him, he stepped into the circle of light. The keystone's energy surged around him, wrapping him in streams of fire. The shadow screamed, rushing forward, but the light met it halfway. For a heartbeat, Harry stood between them, darkness on one side, silver flame on the other. He felt both pulling at him, tearing through him. He thought of the founders of Dumbledore, of every friend he had lost, of what Hogwarts had always meant, a home for light against the dark. Then he made his choice. He opened himself to the keystone completely. The magic poured through him, fierce and endless, and he flung it outward, not to destroy the shadow, but to contain it. The light and darkness collided in a single blinding burst. When the brilliance faded, the chamber was still. The statue of Slytherin was whole again. Its eyes closed. The keystone glowed softly in the floor. Calm at last, Hermione stumbled forward, searching the mist. "Harry?" There was no answer. McGonagall lowered her wand, her face pale. "He's gone." But even as she spoke, a faint shimmer rose from the keystone, a silhouette formed of light, its shape unmistakably human. The figure looked up and Hermione gasped. "Harry." His voice was soft, distant, like wind through leaves. "I'm here. The castle's safe now. The darkness is sealed." Tears filled Hermione's eyes. "You have to come back." He smiled, a calm, weary smile. "I can't. The keystone needs a keeper. It chose me. I can feel the castle, every stone, every heartbeat. I'll watch over it. Always." Ron's voice broke. "You can't just stay down here forever." Harry looked at his oldest friends, the light of the keystone flickering across his face. "It won't be forever. One day Hogwarts will call for help again. And when it does, I'll be here." The light brightened and his form began to fade. "Tell them," he whispered, "that Hogwarts is alive, that it remembers." And then he was gone. The keystone's glow dimmed, its light settling into a steady, peaceful rhythm. The chamber grew quiet once more, save for the soft hum of the castle's heartbeat. McGonagall bowed her head. "He saved us all." Above them, dawn broke over Hogwarts. Sunlight streamed through the towers, gilding the ancient walls in gold. The students woke to calm skies and steady ground, never knowing how close their world had come to falling apart. But sometimes when the castle was silent and the torches burned low, a whisper could be heard in the halls, gentle, familiar, filled with warmth. "All is well, my home. Rest now." And the walls seemed to sigh in answer, as though the very stones remembered the boy who had become their guardian, the heart of Hogwarts, forever watching, forever keeping the balance. Years passed, and Hogwarts endured. Seasons folded one into another. Summers of glittering sunlight upon the lake, winters of drifting snow and candlelit halls. New students came, wide-eyed and trembling with wonder. Old ones left, their trunks bursting with memories and spells half forgotten. Professors aged, ghosts drifted, portraits argued, and through it all the castle breathed, alive, patient, eternal. But in its quietest hours, when night's blue mantle wrapped the towers and the wind whispered along the battlements, a faint hum lingered beneath the stone, the heartbeat of the keystone, the echo of Harry Potter. Few remembered the great disturbance now, the tremors and lights, the sleepless nights of fear. They had become legend, a story older students told to frighten first years. Only McGonagall and a handful of others knew the truth, and they kept it guarded in silence. Yet sometimes when she walked the corridors alone, she would feel the air shift and murmur softly, as though unseen footsteps kept pace beside her. "Still watching, Potter?" she would whisper, and the candles would flicker in answer. Hogwarts had changed since that night. The castle was gentler, more responsive, as if aware of its own soul. The staircases no longer trapped students for mischief. Doors opened where they once refused. It was as though the walls themselves wished to protect those within. The professors often said that Hogwarts was becoming a living guardian, a spirit of learning and courage. None guessed how true that was. On the 20th anniversary of the Battle of Hogwarts, the school held a memorial. The great hall was filled with flowers, white and gold, and enchanted candles floated higher than ever before, their flames steady as stars. Former students returned. Men and women grown, their faces marked by time but bright with affection. Children laughed among them, small echoes of the ones who had fought before. Hermione Granger, now Minister for Magic, stood at the center of the hall. Her voice carried clear and calm through the silence. "Hogwarts is not only a school," she said, "but a living memory of those who gave their hearts to it. Its magic is woven with their courage, and though they may be gone, they remain within these walls." Her gaze lifted toward the high ceiling, where the enchanted sky glimmered with silver clouds. Somewhere up there, she thought, a friend was listening. After the ceremony, she lingered behind while the others filed out. The hall was empty except for the echo of footsteps and the faint murmur of portraits whispering among themselves. She placed a hand upon one of the ancient pillars and closed her eyes. "I hope you're at peace, Harry," she said softly. The air warmed under her palm. A light breeze stirred her hair, though no door had opened. And faintly, so faintly she might have imagined it, a familiar voice answered. "Always, Hermione," she smiled through sudden tears. "Still protecting us, aren't you?" "Always." The candles brightened for a heartbeat, then settled again. The castle sighed contentedly, and Hermione turned away, her heart lighter than it had been in years. That same night, as the last light faded from the sky, a group of first years crept from their dormitories, chasing the thrill of forbidden adventure. They whispered and giggled as they slipped through a side corridor near the library, a corridor few ever used. The torches dimmed as they passed, and the air grew still. "Do you think this is where he fought the Dark Lord?" one of them whispered, eyes wide. "Don't be silly," another hissed. "That was in the Great Hall." "Everyone knows that." They reached a dead end. The stones here were ancient, worn smooth by centuries. A single archway stood at the far wall, filled in with solid rock. One of the braver students ran her fingers along the stone. "It feels warm," she said, "like it's breathing." Suddenly the floor beneath them pulsed, just once, like the beat of a heart. The children jumped back, startled, but the pulse came again, gentle, steady. The torches flared golden. Then a voice, low and kind, spoke from nowhere and everywhere at once. "Back to bed, young ones." The students froze. "Who said that?" whispered the smallest boy. The voice chuckled softly, like wind through leaves. "A friend of the castle."
"Off you go now." A gust of warm air swept them back the way they had come, herding them towards safety. They ran laughing, half terrified, half enchanted. When they reached their dormitories, the pulse was gone, the walls silent once more. But deep below, where the keystone rested, in its eternal glow, light rippled across the smooth crystal surface. The heart of Hogwarts beat steadily, bright and alive. Harry was there, not in body, but in spirit, a presence woven through the stone and air. He walked the halls unseen, keeping watch over the sleeping castle. He saw the students in their dreams, saw the joy and mischief and courage that filled the old school. Each smile, each spell learned, was a reminder of why he had stayed. Sometimes he drifted down into the Chamber of Secrets, now transformed into a place of peace. The serpent statue had crumbled entirely, replaced by a spring of clear water that shimmered in the dim light. He would linger there, feeling the deep rhythm of the magic that tied him to this world. In quiet moments, he spoke with the voices of the founders. They were no longer divided, but harmonious. 4 lights joined around the keystone. Gryffindor's laughter rang like thunder. Ravenclaw's voice whispered of wisdom. Hufflepuff's warmth filled the air, and even Slytherin's tone held no malice now, only solemn pride. "You have done what we could not," Ravenclaw once said to him. "You united what we left broken." "I only did what had to be done," Harry answered. "Perhaps," murmured Slytherin, his ghostly eyes gleaming faintly, "but the heart of Hogwarts beats because of you." Their lights faded, leaving him alone with the soft glow of the keystone. It was enough. Above, life went on. Years turned to decades. The portraits changed, the students' names passed into history, the castle endured, and though none could see him, all who dwelt within felt his presence, a calm that filled the halls, a courage that never waned. When storms broke over the mountains, the lightning would strike the towers but leave them untouched. When sickness spread through the countryside, Hogwarts remained a haven. Those who taught there spoke often of luck, of fortune. But some, in the still hours before dawn, would whisper another word. Guardian. On the 100th anniversary of his birth, the sky above the castle shone with 1,000 stars, brighter than any night in living memory. Every window gleamed with golden light, though no candle burned inside. The lake mirrored it perfectly, as if the heavens themselves bowed to the school. From the depths of the earth came a faint, steady sound, the beating of a heart. And if one listened closely, one might have heard a voice carried on the wind, strong and peaceful. For every child who learns here, for every soul who calls this place home, I am with you. The towers whispered in reply, the stones thrummed softly, and the great castle of Hogwarts stood unbroken beneath the stars. Within its ancient heart, Harry Potter watched, unseen and eternal, the keeper of its balance, the guardian of its light, and Hogwarts lived.